Sorry about the quick start streaming a little earlier than I should have. Anyway, yeah, we're going to Skellige. But I am 25 XP away from being able to get that next level of oh, this is a hole. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. That's the whole thing. All right. What I want to do is get myself to level 30. So let's... This has probably been long enough for that. Then there's another quest in Skellige that's level 30, I think. But, was it here?
The curse that held Uma proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage at that. Avalach, for this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped Ciri flee the hunt, then hidden her away on the Isle of Mists.
Raining fucking buckets.
Hey, watch it!
I've battled in worse weather than this.
Pour! Rain Ragnarok itself upon us!
Greetings.
Business is
There they
booming
are.
for as I can see.
Better believe it. Every man and his hound wants to fight in the cursed arena.
My cut of the proceeds must have grown sizable.
And how? Here,
Always a pleasure doing business in Skellige.
come again, eh? Great things are bound to happen here. Mark my words.
I hope they do. Good luck.
Everyone wants to fight in the arena that is no longer cursed.
Hey.
And then there's this one.
It's raining. Put on your tunic.
Could also do some map markers, I suppose, but yeah. Shit.
Come on.
So I see, it's not going to tell me exactly where to go to get on a boat. To find the Isle of Mist, which is, that's how normal people seem to be able to travel between the spheres. Like the original migrants who came here. They came on boats. It just, you know, somehow ended up in a very different ocean. Which is a pretty common theme, actually, where it's like, like the elves in Tolkien are, you get to them by going across the sea, which by some interpretations means getting in a boat and then sailing across the sea, but then not following the curvature of the earth, and then instead going straight out.
Harpies got their nest here.
To where, well, I guess that's all I need then. I can do this quest after I have the better gear. But yeah, the elves, I think the implication is that, like, they were once, the world was once flat, but not anymore. So if you go to the place where the elves live, it's no longer on Earth. Anyway. Valinor, that's the word I'm looking for. It's called Valinor. I was like, it's not Numenor, that's where some of the humans live. The human half of the of Elrond's family.
The curse that held Uma proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage at that. Avalach, for this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped Ciri flee the hunt, then hidden her away on the Isle of Mists.
Near lane Ted at Tiggy.
No, it's everywhere. I see it all around.
Oh.
But anyway, yeah, you get to Valinor by boat. So, boats, the sea being the barrier between worlds, which really it is. In a way.
Greetings, Ivier.
Greetings, Geralt. How might I be of help?
Listen, would you
At least in
craft
a
something for
metaphorical
me?
way. Anyway, level 30 gear. We have, oh right, I can make crossbow now. So maybe I can start working on that achievement. I think the crossbow does like negligible damage unless you have Um, albedo. Unless you have ammunition for it, which is a really cool way to do things where, like, normally doesn't consume ammunition, but if you want it, so like just for utility, but if you want it to actually do damage, then you're gonna need huh.
What do you have on offer?
Got any of the stock, my guy? I don't have the recipe for it. Well, while we're here, yeah, still only 10 to 12 damage, which compared to how much damage swords do at this level. But if you have a bolt, well, those are still not that impressive. I don't know, I guess we'll find out. I don't seem to have the mastercrafted. Sorry. Oh, it's an alchemy ingredient?
So long.
I suppose it is.
Greetings, Ibeer.
Greetings, Geralt.
Listen, would you craft something for me?
And the steel sword. I wonder if I am allowed to craft this. I'm not allowed to use it, but no point trying. Anyway, what am I? go.
So long.
Definitely added a lot of mass to the guard on the steel sword. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know what all that material is for. Yeah, well. Can I craft, I can. I can do that by myself, I think. Okay. Thanks, Satori.
Mutant! Behave, Witcher. See his mug. Damn nice.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, that's something I need to do. I need him to remove one of the upgrades on the silver sword, but that's all. Very complicated. Anyway, gonna need these. I do have a greater Chernivog sitting around, so that's good. And then yeah, the poison one. Okay. Then I'll equip this crossbow. And, oh yeah. Pull out my stockpile of crossbow bolts. So I'm gonna try to get that achievement for headshot kills. Silver damage. They're like all silver damage. Interesting. Well, I'll start with the shitty ones, I guess.
His mug. Damn nice. Shouldn't let that ref you.
We're Oh, you're just a witch hunter. Okay, well,
No discounts, no credit.
Got a minute?
For you, my friend, always.
See you, Dandelion.
I can't ask him for help because it's not like I need it. It's not like he would help.
Take care of yourself, Dudu.
Oh, those bigots haven't the cunning to strip me of this mask.
Zoltan around here?
See his mug. Yeah, nice.
I wonder what happened to Priscilla. Oh, here's Zoltan.
Zoltan,
Get out.
I know where Ciri is.
And why are we here? Let's go get the lassie.
I'll do that, but I have another job for you. You need to set out for Kaer Morhen. That's where I'll take Ciri. The Wild Hunt will attack soon afterwards. Could use you at our side.
You'll have me and my axe.
Thanks. See you at Kaer Morhen. Vesemir, Eskel, and Lambert are already there.
All right, let's go back to Tori. To remove one of my upgrades.
Rain again. Damn mages.
Greetings, Ibeer.
Greetings, Geralt. How might I be of help?
Listen, would you craft... So long.
Apparently I can't choose to remove one of them. That's unfortunate.
What do you seek, pain giver?
Most sadists ought to change their name.
Hey, you!
Alright, let's see how things are at... what did we call it last time? Buena's Perch.
Geralt, good of you to come by. What can I do for you?
Oh, right.
My armor coming along all right?
It's ready. I've reinforced the joints and bathed it in acid, as my clan's tradition demands.
Thanks. How much do I owe you?
Oh, please. I'd not be here if it weren't for you. It's a gift, in thanks for what you did. Take it, and may it serve you well.
Thanks. And you take care.
Lots of resistances. Okay.
Geralt, good of you to come by.
I'll try
what can I do for you?
Thanks you, and I'll try to remember not to sell it back to you.
What are you selling? What's good? Need some armor made. Witcher's armor.
Not like that shitty armor you gave me. Anyway. Cured draconite leather. And 2 dimeridium plates. That's some fucking... I mean, it is the chest plate, so... But that's some reinforcement. It's a plate carrier for dimeridium. Magic resistant, magic proof plates. Okay. Gauntlets. And trousers. One dark steel ingot. All right.
Take care now.
That is very armored up. The first version of this, I was just wearing like a shirt. Like it was just shirt sleeves on the arms. Now I have like leather shoulder defenses. And of course the plate gauntlets. Anyway. Looks good. And oh. Do I have to do it at a person?
Geralt, good of you to...
Good of you to come by.
Need some armor.
There we go.
Take care now.
Don't have enough for the last one, but that's fine.
What did I do to deserve your...
I think it's 2 for 1. So that should be enough. Guess we'll find out. So the plan is the sword is poison. I have a skill that causes bleeding. And then whenever they're poisoned and bleeding, I have to remember to hit them with Igni. That's the plan.
Geralt!
Need some...
That's the plan.
Take care now.
We should be up to 15% poison now, which is gonna proc it pretty consistently. And hopefully can get the achievement that way. And then I also need to remember to use the crossbow. But
Fancy a game?
Show me what you got. See ya.
okay. Now I'm ready to do that quest.
The curse
The
that
deal
held
is.
him up proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage at that. Avalach, for this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped Ciri flee the hunt, then hidden her away on the Isle of Mists.
Oh. Who it is. That's a concern. Maybe I should turn off enemy scaling and then it would actually do damage to like super low level guys. But like you need 50 of them. Let's try like some actual good bolts. If that makes a difference.
Portal. Shit. Great. Portal closed. Looked smaller from the outside.
Intruder detected. Cease your intrusion. Leave at once. Failure to leave when summoned. Intruder neutralization commence.
The guy is standing there watching. The other guy is trapped. I think he's trying to yell at me, but I can't hear through the Naboo power plant energy field.
Greeted them too.
What kind of monster is that? Didn't even drop any loot.
Over here. I'm in here.
Apparently we can hear through there. Excuse me one moment.
Finally, someone's come to free me. And a famous witcher at that. Thank the gods. I'm damned lucky you happen to be in Korea. Was it King Tancred who sent you, or the Society of Magic?
Neither, and we're not in Kavir. We're in Skellige. Local folk hired me. See, your towers brought a massive storm to their island.
We're in Skellige? So we've teleported? Oh, this is much worse than I thought.
Let me guess. You lost control of the golem. Imprisoned you here, then attacked me.
No, that's not it at all. The golems are but one of the tower's defenses. part of its defensive regulatory magicon.
Yeah.
What?
A defensive system.
I forgot about this one.
Ensuring only the tower's owner will use it. When it detects an intruder, it locks down all the rooms, denies access.
The Defensive Regulatory Magic
The tower's owner. The golem
or
attacked
DRM.
me, and you're stuck behind bars. How do we evade its other charming features?
We must deactivate the defensive regulatory magicon. The tower's prior owner wrote a treatise about removing such defenses. Gottfried's omni-opening grimoire.
Or GOG.
There must be a copy in the tower.
Very good.
Find it, please. With it in hand, I can try to circumvent the security measures, send you home and take the tower back to Kavir.
You don't usually get such a self-referential quests in video games. Like, you'll occasionally get like, oh haha, it's a video game, but you won't get like this sort of commentary on the way that the industry works. It's very strange. But it's funny. That's for sure.
You clearly know who I am. I don't even know your name.
Seagull Bunce, mage and sorcerer in residence at the court of Pompvanis. This tower was to be my new home. Bought it at an auction, you see.
A tower at an auction?
Well, then you should be the owner.
Stamfeld, a mage of some
Clearly, he
renown.
doesn't have the
When he passed on, his
proper
heirs
licenses to
auctioned
it.
the edifice off. They were all wary, repulsed. None dared see what Uncle Godfrey kept in his coloured jars. If it was their contents that had stripped him of his sense of smell and taken his left eye, they put the tower on the block, along with all it contained. The price was unbeatable. I couldn't resist.
Seen my share of wonders, but a tower that teleports itself? That's something new.
This defensive regulatory magicon. I tried to access it. Must have heard. Initiated some evacuation sequence. That opened the portal and jettisoned us through to Skellige. This, in turn, naturally generated electromagnetic disturbances. Hence the storm.
Storm I promised to dispel.
Then you must find Gottfried's omni-opening grimoire.
The corpses over there. Folk from the village nearby, right?
They came in a few days past. I was surprised to see their garb. But it just never entered me mind we might be in Skellige. There were just a few, led by a druid. The tower warned them. They failed to heed.
Folk
It's a
on
one-way
Mount
portal.
Skellige usually laugh in the face of warnings. If the tower had asked nicely, then offered them a horn of mead, they might have left then.
There's no way out. You can't leave once you've... So the portal closes. Whatever.
Right. Time to get out of here and send this tower home. Where do I look for Gottfried's treatise? Any ideas?
The library might be a logical place to start. The key should be in the laboratory.
Where's that?
As you enter the room opposite, you'll see the laboratory to your left. The library straight ahead. But remember, you're an intruder. The tower is certain to want to stop you. Make things difficult at the least.
We'll see who breaks first.
Trying to smash that barrier.
Okay, bro.
By you, Iferis Advigiat.
Good job.
Intruder in tower. Aqueous countermeasures in effect.
Even the werewolf didn't stay... Nice. Didn't stay alive long enough to get poisoned. Whatever. So, like, ideally you'd want to use a really shitty weapon. But the problem there is that their really shitty weapon wouldn't have enough slots to,
Torn to bits.
To have all those poison runestones in there. So... Who was that? Who made that noise?
Must be the key. Torn to bits.
Go back to the start then. Oh no, we're opening this door.
Intruder in library.
Interesting.
Collection integrity compromised.
Who's who among Kaviri sorcerers? Alchemy for Household Dilemmas, Volume 3. This isn't it. Gottfried's Omni-Opening Grimoire.
GOG.com. The Defensive Regulatory Magicon, or DRM for short, belongs to the above-mentioned group of the longest-lasting, most effective, and hardest-to-break defensive mechanisms. In order to recognize the individual administering it, it makes use of a portal mounted at the entrance of the area it is to defend. The portal passes streams of magical energy through the body of the person entering, and can, in the blink of an eye, determine if this person has the corporeal signature, eyeball structure included, of the entitled administrator. As a result, the only unauthorized individuals that can possibly hope to enter are mimics. DRM thus makes for an extremely effective and near unbreakable security measure. But you are in luck if you hold in your hands the key to bypassing it, namely the present tome, Gottfried's Omni-Opening Grimoire, or GOG for short. In the pages to follow, you'll find innumerable methods for deactivating DRM, or even better, bypassing it altogether. No idea where this is from. It's mainly in boggy terrain, but also in caves and abandoned mines. Hierarchical caste structure with highly specialized members. Master of mimicry. Many specimens highly poisonous. Invasive species immigrated from the south. Must be fought with silver, ideally freshly coated with insectoid oil. I wonder if those... I think the arrows here are supposed to be... I don't know what this... It doesn't look right. I'll put it that way.
Commencing annihilation.
Damn tower wants to gas me. Nancy. Gotta keep looking.
Well, there it is.
Looks like he's suffocated. Horrible way to die. Intersections and geomantic lines. Not what I'm looking for.
Alright, it's only helping so much. Let me get out of here. Looked at everything though.
Find the tome.
This it?
It is indeed. Now, back away a bit. I must deactivate the barrier. What by you, Icarus Advigiat?
Isolation chamber open. Disturbing indications of freedom.
There. At last.
Looked easy.
The hardest part is yet to come. We must reach the heart of the tower and cast a deactivating spell. The tower will surely do everything in its power to stop us.
Give me a minute. Need to prepare.
Of course, but please do hurry.
By which I mean I need to loot this room. Ah yes, gnomish prankings. Cornerstone of any collection. Alright.
Ready? Can we go?
Lead the way.
We must go to the central chamber. Try to power down the security measures. The defensive regulatory magicon could react. Be on your guard.
You got it.
You, Icarus Advigiat.
Intruder detected. Defensive regulatory magicon threatened.
Let's dance.
Encroachment detected. Initiating emergency measures.
It's a tough son of a gun.
Acute threat to control system. Immediate
Damn it.
defensive
Been struck by lightning. Oh, it shows you where it's gonna hit. That's helpful.
immediate action required. Encroachment detected. Initiating emergency. Defensive regulatory.
Direct.
Gottfried's treatise proved highly useful. It's over. Had you not arrived, I'd still be in that cage, surely. It's a trifle, but take it, please. Proof of me gratitude.
Thanks. Though I'd be more than satisfied if you calmed that storm, then took this tower somewhere else.
Consider it done. And should you ever visit Kuvir, do stop by Pompvanis. Aboragi, Barathan.
Wait, what are you doing?
Fate delight.
Not this way, the door.
Fucking portals every time. Storm's gone. That's a good shot.
And in one piece.
One soaking wet.
Showing us cross-section of the community.
Another time, maybe.
Never seen such marvels in me life. Boom, flash, tower disappeared, and you was falling from the sky. And the storm, gone in an instant.
Now, didn't I tell you? It's what a witcher we needed. Hey, can't do better than an expert. And expert work deserves a fitting reward.
Thanks, but you need that coin a lot more than I do.
Not enough that he's handy. He's noble too.
Ringa.
What?
Found a mage in the tower. He was just as eager to take it away from here. Rewarded me generously for my help.
If that's so, we've naught left but to say our thanks. Hey, well, if you ever come through here again, stop in. You'll be welcomed with open arms.
Thanks. Farewell.
Book Geralt is a stickler for not double dipping, shall we
Did
say.
you happen to see me brother in there? Turns his name. He went in with the druid and a few other lads.
I found your friends. All dead, unfortunately. Sorry.
Told him not to go, but he wanted glory.
Let's go home, Jarl. No point standing here. Farewell, Witcher. Thanks again for helping.
Alright, now that we've disabled the DRM, see if we can find the Isle of Mists. Where is this taking me? Oh, I see. Well, nothing wrong with a little time on the water. Might run into some smugglers' caches on the way, you never know. By the way, I was reading Tower of Swallows, as you do, you know, brushing up on it. And you know what? Here's right here. Sapkowski's description of Skellige. Is quite detailed. He says, almost the entire archipelago could be seen from the upper terraces of Kertrolda, Skellige's main stronghold. Directly ahead, beyond the strait, lay on Skellige, its southern part low and flat, its hidden northern side precipitous and scored by fjords. So the implication there is that you're looking north. You're on the north side of Ard Skellige, looking at On Skellige. Now, we don't really have well, maybe this is Ard Skellige and this is On Skellige. Maybe that's the implication. But it doesn't really... You are up on the mountain, though, so the being able to see the entire archipelago almost the entire archipelago. Maybe. The hidden northern side, precipitous and scored by fjords. Precipitous, not scored by fjords. But, you know, pretty close. We got the central islands there. And then, far away to the left, tall green mountainous Spikarug. Its peaks shrouded in cloud. And we are looking north, I think. This is Yennefer, like, with all of the women in Skellige watching this raiding party come back at the beginning of her chapter in Tower of the Swallow. It really is her chapter. Anyway, this is Spikarug. So far away to the left, if you're looking north, yeah. That works. I don't know if it's as mountainous as described. There is this big mountain here, though, so maybe. To the right, Undvik Islands, steep cliffs could be seen, teeming with gulls, petrels, cormorants, and gannets. Now that part is not correct, because Undvik has been placed to the southwest. To the left side of Spikarug. So if Spikarug is on the left, and Undvik's on the right, then this definitely doesn't work, but okay. Steep cliffs? Yeah, I could see it. This is where... Oh. I don't know if I should be doing this yet, then. Anyway. From behind Undvik emerged the forested cone of Hindersfjall, the archipelago's smallest island, which is where Yennefer goes to meet the that's where the Temple of Freya is, and she asks the priestesses, well, really she ends up talking to Freya. It's complicated. But that's on Hindersfjall, and we were there. Temple of Freya's right here. It does say smallest island, which, like, on this map, well, this island, which I don't know what the name of it is smaller. Obviously, there are a bunch of even smaller things, but they're uninhabited. But, like, Spikarug is about the same size. Anyway. Hindersfjall, the archipelago's smallest island. And if Undvik was in its correct place, to the east, possibly the northeast, then this would be close to where it belongs, according to the book. If, though, you were to climb to the very top of one of Kertrolda's towers and look southwards, you would see the solitary island of Faroe, far from the others, jutting from the water like the back of a huge fish washed up at low tide. So, is this... This might be... Yeah, because this is where we went to fight that one guy for Lambert's quest. I think that was Faroe. So this is Faroe now. And that's the smallest... Well, actually, this is the smallest inhabited island, but... Yeah, well. The main things that are wrong from Sukowski's description are the situation with the central islands, with Ardskellig and Onskellig. There's a hint of it here, but I don't think it quite matches, and you're not facing the right direction. And I think well, a lot is left up to interpretation, but also Undvik is in exactly the wrong place it should be, to the east or northeast. But anyway, there you have it. And speaking of the Tower of Swallows, I was reading it and I like sort of realized that it's like it's the first of the books that's an actual page turner, if that makes any sense at all. Because like there's an actual mystery being unraveled. All of these threads, and you can slowly see them starting to come together. The threads exist in, like, the earlier, well, Baptism of Fire. Baptism of Fire is essentially like a status quo book, because, like, Ciri's situation doesn't change at all. Yennefer, I think, is still yeah, we don't even know what happened to her until the start of the Tower of Swallows. And Geralt has a lot of adventures. And you're getting that squad together, right? So, like, that's interesting. I can stop at this island, see what that marker is. But like the most interesting character in Baptism of Fire is like Milva and Regis. Those are that's your real character development. Nothing else is really happening. Because even Kair, we don't really get more detail about his motivation until the next book. So Baptism of Fire is just such a... I mean, it's good. But it's just the way that the story is at that point. Nothing changes, really. And they don't even, like, get anywhere. They have all these adventures that, you know, squad with, Zoltan and Milva and Regis and Dandelion. All these adventures. But, they don't really accomplish anything until the next book. So, and because of that, it's not really a page turner. Like, there's no suspense because it's just a slog through. But I mean, that's real. That's what's happening. So, it's just interesting. But Tower of Swallows is like actually a page turner. Because like you're starting to get to the point, like you realize Ciri has escaped from her. Like that's the introduction. Is that Ciri has escaped from the situation with the rats and Bonnard and all that. And it's like, okay, well, how do we get to that point? Huh. I wonder if we could get that achievement off of this guy. I mean, I'm also just gonna die, but... Interesting. Did not expect level 48. So where was I? Like, we're wondering how Ciri gets out of her predicament. And then Geralt runs into this one-eyed Folco Archibald, that he's like a prefect or something for Nilfgaard in the area that he's ended up in.
Cockeyed prick! You're dead! I didn't want to hurt her, I promise. Someone, anyone, help! Help! Save me!
I'm gonna knock him out. And even if the game tells me that I've killed him, I'm gonna say that I haven't.
Get out of here!
Fuck. Alright, well, I want to see what happens if we succeed.
The curse that held him up proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself.
So anyway, Geralt then runs into an actual lead, and he learns about Shiru, who's supposed to assassinate him. He thinks he learns that Yennefer's betrayed him, and then after that we sort of find out what happened to Yennefer. At least we learn about, like, the setup.
I didn't want to hurt her, I promise. Someone, anyone, help! Help!
But you just have all these threads. And you can see how they're starting to come together, so you want to know what's going to happen. But Baptism of Fire is not like that. Because, like, what even is the goal? What are the stakes? Where are we going? And that's the whole point of Baptism of Fire, is that you don't know.
Thanks for the help.
What was that about?
Bugger can't handle that his sister'd rather sail to Lilac Bay with me than serve Freya.
So he was trying to avenge his sister?
Aye, though I've no notion why. Didn't force her to do a thing. Never hurt her in no way.
A Skelliger seducing a priestess? I thought...
Thought what? That we don't do such things? Not every man in the Isles believes in that rubbish about the gods, but many can't accept that, and it leads to feuds, vendettas. It's not right, not fair. I love Irma, and she loves me. There'll come a day when we'll be together. I'll find a way. Religion's full of holes as logic's concerned. There's bound to be holes in its principles too. I'll find them, show them to the priestesses. Then they'll let me wed my Irma. You travel a lot, don't you? Ever come across something that can help me? Bring it here. I'll pay you well. I live in the hut the other side of the volcano.
See what I can do. So long, and try to stay away from brothers in a rage.
Greetings. Got something for me? Thanks for your help.
It's very interested in religion for somebody who doesn't believe in it.
See the world. Perhaps while I'm on my travels, I can figure
But
out
that's
a way
how
to
things
be
go.
with Irma.
Good luck.
Is that all of them? Okay, cool. Glad I could help. Anyway. So then if you go back further, you have Time of Contempt, which is it's essentially the Empire Strikes Back of the series. And for that reason, I've heard somebody say it was a fan favorite. I don't know what the basis for that is, but I believe it because it's Empire Strikes Back, where everything goes to shit. And it's very interesting, very political. The show actually did a pretty decent job of setting all that up. All the political intrigue, and then you have Stregobor is a red herring. He's not in the book, but using him as a device of like, oh, who's this bad guy? And then not knowing that it's Vilgefort until it's too late. That's... I think the show actually does a really good job of that. Like, season 1 and 3 of the show. Season 2 is not very good because they tried to turn it into Game of Thrones. Essentially. Because they tried to have this whole storyline about the elves and the black sorceress. Is she supposed to be Fringilla or Sabrina? I don't remember. No, she'd be Fringilla because she's with Nilfgaard, right? But you have that whole, like, other plot with her and, the elven lady and Yennefer. And then Yennefer is, like, supposed to be gonna betray Ciri and Geralt because of this cabin or whatever. It sounds stupid, and it is. But anyway, it's an attempt to Game of Thronesify it, where it's, you know, you have multiple storylines and you don't really know who the good guy is. But trying to force that on The Witcher, which is very much a saga of, like, like 3 people against the world, essentially. Because the world has all these plans, all these designs for them, but they try to figure out how to say no, how to live their own life. Anyway, that's the other thing, like, especially in Tower of the Swallows. It's actually, like, anti-Game of Thrones, because Game of Thrones has... each chapter is from a different person's perspective. So you get their story, you get what's in their head, and it's like... and some of the best parts of that is, like, you flip the page to the next chapter and you see a name you've never seen before, like Cerys, and you're like, oh no, what the fuck is this gonna be? We've never had a chapter with Cerys. do I even want to know what's in her head? But that's Game of Thrones. Whereas The Witcher has the exact opposite approach, where it takes these chapters, especially in Tower of Swallows, like I was saying, where the chapter is about one thing, but yet, like it's about one particular, it's moving us forward on one, step of the mystery. But it's told from, like, about 6 different perspectives. That's an exaggeration. Like, 3, maybe 4 different perspectives. Something that Sapkowski really likes to do. And you get that in the Hussite books as well, where it's like, you get somebody at the time, and then you get some, like, chronicler writing about it years later, and then you get some, well, in Tower of the Swallows, right, you have, like, Joanna Selborne at her, giving her witness testimony. And then you have Ciri telling the story to Visagata in the cottage. And then you have, and then flashes between those different perspectives and, like, it actually happening at the time. And then you'll get, like, some random, like, cut to Dijkstra, like, finding out about what's happening in some random way. Dijkstra or Philip or somebody. But it's amazing how cogent the story can be, even when it's told from so many different perspectives. Which is not what Game of Thrones does at all, because Game of Thrones is like, oh, in real life, there are no good guys and bad guys, it's just what people think is good and bad, and we're going to show you what's in everybody's head, so that, Anyway. Speaking of Game of Thrones, this is the island with the Game of Thrones reference on it. The island with Peter Dinklage in one of the cells that's open to the drop. There they are. Open cells. Although that drop... Well, if you're an actual human, like those rocks below, you have to somehow jump. Like, you'd stand there every day looking at those rocks below, and you'd be like, can I jump far enough to make it into the water? That's torture right there. Whereas the cells in actual Game of Thrones are just on a mountain where it's just... You can choose to fall off and die at any time. You can choose escape. That form of escape, at least. I still have bolts equipped, don't I? That's a bad idea. Well, whatever. It's only 3 really doesn't seem to do a whole lot more damage. With or without. Maybe I should be doing the other part of this quest first. Where I ask everybody for help. Because they did tell me once Ciri leaves the Isle of Mist, we're on time pressure.
From this day on, my home is your home.
Heard the nymphs were biting yesterday.
Oh, the last thing to say about
Closer, stranger.
Tower of Swallows is that's the part of the books where Triss essentially betrays
He went after that bear with but a knife.
How
was he to survive? Let me hold your sword.
she essentially takes Philippa's side, the side of the lodge, which is you know, you can say that's doesn't reflect well on Triss.
Who made that bait?
You blind? Plain to see, it's a witcher.
But to me, Triss, in that circumstance, she's a lot more understandable than what Philippa's doing. Because Philippa's the real asshole there.
Foreigner, watch your step.
Because Philippa is like, oh, you're...
Adventure seeker.
You may feel like you've adopted Ciri as your daughter, but that's not going to get in the way of us using her for political purposes.
They smear your ass with honey, yet hero.
And like somehow thinks that she's going to come on side. And it's like, really? But I think because Philippa is also like lesbian essentially, so there might be a message there of like
Foes, we show our axe.
What's that supposed to mean?
like she's trying to deny the sort of traditional institution of motherhood, but of course her plan for Ciri is to marry her to Tancred in Kovir. Interesting, I'm right next to... And have them make children, so it's pretty hypocritical, actually. If that is what it is. If she... Well, because she doesn't believe in, like... family, because she doesn't have one. but like for her,
May your axe never
marriages and children and all that are just for political purposes. She's very Machiavellian in that sense.
Something I've always wondered. What do you witchers do?
Here we go. Man, I can just walk into her bedroom.
Royal Majesty, would you spare a moment?
Come home, Geralt. And the same lass I was, save for the title, or have things changed?
But basically, Yennefer's doing everything she can to find Ciri, to unravel this mystery. And of course, Vilgefortz at the bottom of it, but nobody knows that yet. And she calls Triss as like the last thing that she's doing before she goes to do something which could, you know, she could end up dead. Or worse. Turns out she ends up worse than dead. Anyway, she calls Triss, and then Philippa is there. And then she says to Philippa, well, I know we don't see eye to eye, but like, can you at least like tell people I'm not a traitor? And especially, can you tell Geralt, which is, you know, that hits hard, because at that point in the book, Geralt does think that she's betrayed him and Ciri. Because he doesn't know that the information that led Shiro to him was forced from her. She wasn't given voluntarily. Anyway, she tells Philippa, can you at least tell people I'm not a traitor? And Philippa's like, no, that doesn't serve my political interests. And it's like, okay. Okay, Philippa. Cold bitch, Philippa. But she makes this Sorceress's Lodge, which is supposed to serve the interests of magic. And then what does she do with it? She uses it to serve her own political purposes. So I have no respect for Philippa whatsoever, at least in the books. Book Philippa. Absolute Machiavellian asshole. But the question of Triss taking Philippa's side, especially in that moment, and like the last thing she says to Yennefer is, please forgive me, and then Yennefer's like, no, never, which is fair. But Triss, in a twisted way, she's also doing what she's doing out of concern for Ciri. Like, she sees the Lodge's goal for her as, you know, like a good thing, but certainly better than Ymir's or Vilgefortz's plan for her. That's the thing. Everybody has a plan for Ciri. Fucking Ymir. Well, first of all, her grandmother, Ymir, Philippa, and the Lodge. But it's really just Philippa. Like, Philippa has created this institution with these high, you know, these high ideals. Where it's like, this isn't politics. This is just in the interest of magic. Like, she's created the UN, but then just uses it to promote her own political interests at the cost of everyone else's. Anyway, what was I trying to say? I'm trying to say a lot of things. That's the problem. Oh, right. Everybody has a plan for Ciri. Her grandmother, Emir, Philippa, the Elder King. The Older King? Yeah, the Older King. The Wild Hunt, who's connected to the previous one. Vilgefortz. Everybody has a plan for Ciri. But Triss just thinks the Lodge's plan for Ciri, you know, better than some of the others, which is fair. Definitely a lot better than Vilgefortz's plan for her. But you know, I just think what Triss does there is more understandable than you might think. Because I see her as misled by Philippa's sort of evangelizing in a way that Yennefer was not vulnerable to, which is why Yennefer left. Did not want to be involved in what the Lodge was doing. Whereas Triss is a little bit more, yeah, naive is the word. That's definitely how she's presented in the books, as more naive. But I mean, you can say what Philip is doing is understandable also, but I think there's a brief moment where you get just a snippet of her backstory in the last book to like sort of make her a little bit understandable, but clearly she's like a broken person, doesn't believe in family. She's completely Machiavellian, a political animal. And again, also a lesbian, so it's like maybe there's a veiled message there where it's like, well, this is what happens when you deconstruct, you know, the family. You end up with just cold Machiavellian relationships. There might be a little bit of a hidden message there, and whether or not you agree with that is it's a different question. But anyway, how does it feel to rule Skellige?
Jarl's giving you any trouble?
They're all very understanding. They seem to believe in me. Besides Lugos, of course.
Tried talking to him? Could still win him over.
I don't know about that. He's more mule-headed than my father, but I'll try, of course.
Got a delicate matter I wanted to bring up. Need your help.
What is it?
Crach's mentioned Ciri to you? He must have.
Have you found her?
Not yet, but I'm close. Problem is, as soon as I get to her, the Wild Hunt will probably be able to locate us, quickly. So I'll want to take her to Kaer Morhen. Battle the hunt there. I'm looking for allies.
I can't leave the Isles now. It's impossible. What I can do is give you my best warrior, Hjalmar.
Think he'll be willing?
I'm sure.
Oh, he'll be willing.
In fact, I think he'll be overjoyed.
He'll be
Come on,
willing.
you know him.
Yeah, guess I do. Thanks.
No doubt he'll be valiant. I hope he proves useful too. Good luck.
Still, they snuck Blackwood's hell, raised them fucking baron, came back with nary a scratch.
Not the first time I'm hearing that.
Hjalmar's the one who because Ciri spent a lot of time here in her childhood, and Hjalmar essentially they were
Geralt.
betrothed, or at least they wanted to be when they were like 15. Yeah, let's see what he says
You
about
and
that.
Ciri, as I remember, you two grew up together, at least for a while.
Aye, spent half her childhood in the Isles. Always at my heels she was, scrawny wee thing. But her leaps on ice skates, why none of us could rival them. Tried to outdo her.
Yeah,
once,
that's yep.
Smashed me mouth on a rock.
And then you went to Krach and announced you'd agreed to wed.
Straight from the books.
Aye, we had 12 winters on us.
Okay, in the books they were
He
like
thought I'd
15.
continue with that romance. Me dad whipped it out of me head. Wonder what it'd be like to see her now.
Well,
the Wild Hunt's preparing to attack.
Maybe you can find out.
Could use your help.
Rates at the gate of your Witcher's stronghold. You're a friend of the clan. I cannot refuse you. What's more, no one Crate's ever stood in battle such a foe. I'll leave at once.
Thanks. Won't forget
Geralt, you
this.
could have brought up that like Ciri's involved, because he would, but he's willing anyway. It's fine.
Blackwood's hell, raised them fucking came back with nary a scratch. I'm weary of hearing about it.
Oh, this is Ceres's room. Okay.
You run around a tree till you run out. With yourself.
A bottle of rum and a small dime with wine. Who's next?
So what is she to you? Ow! The sorceress, Yennefer, right?
So yeah, this is the part of the game where it's like, how many side quests did you do?
Last night was...
Turns out I've done all of them.
Wanted to talk.
Oh. Speaking of side quests,
Hammond's gone. You mentioned a bounty on his head.
You've done me a great service, Wolf. And not only me, too. Take this. I'll send men out to deliver word of Hammond's demise. I thank you.
Wanted to talk. This isn't easy, but I need to ask you a favor. A big one.
Tell me, friend.
Ciri, I know where she is, but I also know that as soon as I reach her, the Wild Hunt will know I did. They'll come after us, attack, and we'll need to respond with strength. Can I count on you?
The Black Ones first, now Wraiths. Such is life. Bring her here, and we'll face them in battle.
What's this about the Nilfgaardians?
Of late, look seaward and you'll see their sun on a sail, staring right back. We've yet to capture any of their crew, but only a fool wouldn't know they're planning something. But fear not, we'll banish the Black Ones and the Wild Hunt. Two birds with one skeleton axe. Ciri will be safe in Kaer Trolde.
Can't risk your men's lives. Kaer Morhen, we fight them there, nowhere else.
Kaer Morhen is hundreds of miles away. To move an army there would take weeks. Not to mention, I'd expose the Isles to Nilfgaard's blows. Geralt, forgive me, but I cannot do it.
I understand. Won't take up any more of your time. Farewell.
Wait. Won't let you leave empty-handed. I'll help as I can. Come with me.
Beautiful craftsmanship. Got a talented smith.
Not I. King Erland on Crate did.
Erland Stonefist? So this is Winter's blade. Thought it was a legend.
Forged in Mahakam, tempered in dragon fire. Been in the Uncrate family for centuries. And now, it's yours.
I'm sure whatever I can craft is better than this.
I can't take
Especially because I'm level 30.
You can. You must. Let me do this much at least.
If you insist. Thank you.
Well, he won't let me say no.
May it serve you well. Send those specters back where they came from.
That's my intention. Farewell.
Yep. It's also a steel sword, which is not going to help against the Wild Hunt, but... Yep. It's worse than what I got. Although it is... Damage scales with character level is another one of those. Which the sword I got from Hattori also was. The, I'm not sure that's the greatest blade design. I'm trying to remember if I've seen a tip like that. On an otherwise. But like that doesn't make any sense to do because you make the blade wider to make it more effective at cutting, right? Generally speaking. Make it narrower and it's stiffer, better at thrusting, especially through armor. So if you're going to make the blade wider, you want to do that in the part of the blade it's used for cutting, which is not the tip, generally speaking. Although the number of times that in the books they say that such a so-and-so was cut by the very tip of the blade. Sapkowski really likes that one. But anyway. There's a reason why you generally have a wider midsection and then a slim, like a gladius is a very good example of a sword that the midsection is designed to chop, but then you also have that nice point at the end. And I don't know what's going on with the Ricasso. If there's a, it's hard to see, but if there's a commensurate increase in width, or sorry, thickness, to make up for that decrease in width, then that sort of cut inwards on the Ricasso might make some sense. Makes it easier to trap a blade between there and the Quillons, especially with the sweep forward. It's an interesting design, but not entirely practical. Anyway, thanks for the sword I'll never use.
These continental dandies come a strutting, then we gotta drag their corpse.
So they bet on who the most never gonna bear to death. For cheap shit's not run to the best blade's not worth shite if a week over swinging it, eh?
Be gone from here.
little Lorgan's birthday tomorrow. I've no clue what to give her. Maybe I...
Interesting. I never realized, because last time we were here it was for the coronation ceremony. I never realized the altar was like on a ship. But there is sort of precedent for that. For like building things that are supposed to look like ships. Like I think there are some sites where there's like stones arranged in it that like sort of traces out the shape of a ship. A little unclear what the significance of that is, but it's interesting. The cave below here.
My brother studied
That's
that
cool.
legend, and I tell you, there's more than a grain of truth in it. He even encountered a few, all teeth and claws and covered in fur. Half men, half bears.
Could be true.
Can we talk?
Start a conversation and we just teleport outside. Very good.
What do the druids think of Skellige's new ruler?
Uncrate blood is good blood. Yet Ceres is the first woman to rule Skellige. Ever.
Not everyone's pleased.
There are 7 clans in Skellige. Each would like a king from their own line, but Ceres will manage. She's not as impulsive as Hjalmar. Thinks first, then acts. With Krach as her advisor, she has every chance to be a good queen.
Yen and I went to Hindersfjall.
Oh? Did you learn anything?
Ciri came through Lofoten. She was wounded when she arrived. Villagers nursed her back to health. Sadly, the Wild Hunt was on her trail. Followed her there. Ciri managed to escape, but the villagers...
I know. You needn't finish. I later spoke to those who survived. Suffice to say, Ciri was fortunate to escape. I trust you'll find her soon.
The Wild Hunt will attack Kaer Morhen soon. Gonna need your help.
A wild hunt? Are you certain? So, you found Ciri?
I know where she is. And the Wild Hunt will also learn that as soon as I find her.
I see. I shall pack immediately. Leave tomorrow at the latest.
Thank you.
No need. I raised the girl, and I've still a duty to her. I shall see
You
at
raised
Kaer
the
Morhen.
girl? Is he the same guy as Melsak then? Mousesack? Must be, because Mousesack is a druid. Must be the implication. Could be one of those situations with
And I tell you, there's more than a grain of truth in it.
Dandelion, who is... He's called Yaskier in the show, which I think is a translation issue, or different, depends who you ask what they should be translated as.
curse that held Uma proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage at that. Avalach, for this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped Ciri flee the hunt, then hidden her away on the Isle of Mists.
What's he doing
Let me just check that there's no... Yeah, it's just the DLC. And some random Witcher contracts that are still above my level. So there's nothing else to do, really. Other than everything else. Anyway.
Black ones, Redanians, as long as they pay, I don't care.
Oh. Dijkstra's here. Roche isn't. I was wondering why Roche was in Novigrad. But he's not. Supposed to go to this bathhouse. Talk to Dijkstra.
What's he doing here?
One drink, all I had.
Got a minute?
I do. What do you want?
Surprised to see you still dabbling in politics.
It's quite simple, Geralt. I cannot be indifferent to Redania's fate. Call it patriotic concern.
So it's concern that compels you to bump off Radovid?
I think often of the country and its future. And the more I think, the clearer it becomes that as long as Radovid sits on the throne, Redania has no future.
Wasn't sure I should even ask you. Still not. But what the hell? I could honestly use some help.
Oh, my help. Very interesting. Do tell.
Wild Hunt's gonna attack Kaer Morhen soon. It's a sure thing. Looking for people, resources, anything that'll help me repel them.
The Wild Hunt? Don't tell me you believe that nonsense.
Hardly nonsense. Got a taste of it. A painful taste. On my own skin.
Sorry, Geralt, but I've my own pile of problems just now. I've not recovered my lost property. Your help, you might remember, left much to be desired. So I don't owe you shit.
Gee. You're welcome. For helping with your fucking assassination plot. Alright. It's not like I really want him there, though.
It stinks of burnt flesh. Can they not burn
They
the
actually
fire
have different
beyond the
body
city?
types in
Will
this
you
game.
Or will you stay longer?
They're not all,
It's far safer with you around.
you know, super, like, perfect. That's good to see.
She's left herself nothing. Gave every last copper to the church.
Wars.
Wars everywhere.
Alright.
Just look at the freak.
Got something to say?
Seen any prawn fillies?
Roche will help, though. That's for sure.
Odd though he is, those cops are real fire. Nuh-uh. Back again, ready to scrap.
Now they've got their new king, perhaps the Skelligers will calm down.
Sick of it all.
Miserable.
It's a waste
and
of
hungry.
words.
This is
Radovid's not
scandalous.
a whit
You kept us half the day. The fruit on my cart's rotting.
Thanks for your help, Geralt. We'd not have nabbed the bastard elsewise.
But if there's to be mud, might as well be rain.
I've helped so many people that I do not remember what you're talking about, but you're welcome.
Right, Roach.
Gets my fist down his lying bullets.
Hey there.
Interesting that they're building boats in exactly the same way that they do in Skellige.
Well, another freak.
That's a little strange. But it is worth saying that naval architecture is actually relatively universal. So like what you think of as a Viking ship is actually just a Viking era ship. That like well, not the English, but the Anglo-Saxons or the Frankish would have had also. They would have built ships pretty much the same way, maybe with some differences. Especially once those cultural influences of the Vikings start, crossing over for various reasons. From all the trading and raiding and resettling and whatnot. It's the same thing with swords. The styling on the hilt might be different, but everybody in Western Europe at that time made swords the same way. So to have these like fantasy worlds where like, oh, this is the Viking place where they're 3 centuries behind everybody else and they're building ships and they're building clinker built ships that look like Viking ships, and then in this other place they're building like 15th century carracks.
Giddy up.
Doesn't really make sense.
Once there was a little frog, ribbity rock, rock, ribbity rock.
But that's the price we pay for having... This is not my destination. Right, he has this like hideout in the woods that there are no roads to. That must be the problem here.
Whoa there, Roach.
Best be wary of
Slower.
the side of the river. One false move and you could be...
Now, witches, they can't catch the pox.
I don't
Isn't that right?
I'm not interested.
Still haven't invented a bra, I see.
We'll pay for a free Temeria without...
Unknown technology. Oh, you know what else I should look at? I should the no bras thing. Interesting that reminds me of Gwent, but that's a lot of the cards in there are a showcase of no bras. Shit. Who did I miss in Velen? The many demons which reside in the outer spheres, Heims are among the most dangerous. Other demons, yeah, this, we dealt with a Heim. That was where I put the baby in the oven. Other demons usually must take on concrete living form, be it of man or beast. Heims, on the other hand, appear in our world in their own immaterial form, which is invisible to all save their chosen victim. Heims feed on fear, regret, a sense of guilt, and a word on negative emotions, and since they are eternally hungry, they provoke those emotions in the humans they torment. These demons cannot be exorcised. A man a Heim takes as a victim is lost, and will inevitably succumb to madness, and then death.
Witcher. Just what our band of merry men need.
So I'm missing 2 cards in Velen. Probably from some random merchant.
Could use your help at Kaer Morhen. Aim to take Ciri there. Wild Hunt's bound to appear soon after.
You didn't turn your back on me when I was in need. It's only fair I do the same.
Thanks. Venture to say your skills might prove invaluable.
I'll consider whether to bring Vess. Either way, I'll see you at Kaer Morhen.
Good man. Ah. Very good.
Oi, clumsy horse.
You trouble me, Greylocks.
Now, witches, they can't...
You've been here, you've been there.
Don't really want to talk to the Emir, but
The curse that held him up proved
might as well.
hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself.
This is the Temerian Royal Palace, by the way. It's really easy to think that this is like in Nilfgaard, and it is in Nilfgaard now, but it's actually the Temerian Palace. I think well, now I don't remember if it's The Witcher 1 or The Witcher 2. I haven't played either, but one of them, maybe both of them, are very much set in Vizima. It's probably The Witcher 2, because I think the premise of Witcher 2 is like the assassination of Foltest. Unclear whether you're involved in that or not, but again, I haven't played it, so.
Do you find Durgoff?
Oh, yes. He was talking to some friends of my father. Poor chaps can't get their minds off politics, not for an instant. I truly hope they'll allow themselves some respite after the coronation.
Big changes afoot in the Empire?
You've no notion? The Emperor summoned you. He only ever summons with reason. It's clear he seeks his daughter.
You know a lot.
I must. I am my father's son.
What's your father got to do with this?
He is close to the Emperor, and knows the opposition, knows they press for abdication. Ceding the throne to Cyrilla, it's the best the Emperor can do. But, as is known, an Empress needs an Emperor at her side. My father will ensure the right man is chosen.
Not himself this time?
Farewell.
Oh wait, he said my father. Is that someone else? Is that like one of the big ministers? They actually have This is a much more subdued version of that falchion that they have in the show. But the one in the show is not that bad, actually. It's way better than their armor in the show. But I didn't realize that this already existed in the game. A more typical medieval hilt, but it's a falchion with like a triple clip point, I guess I would say. Because you very commonly see falchions with a clip point. But not with like 3 of those ridges for some reason. It makes it look cool. Like it almost makes it look like a sawback sort of deal, but it's not. That's interesting. Unclear what the purpose of those would be. Other than looking cool at the cost of, you know, weight.
Your Imperial Majesty.
Witcher, why have you come?
I've managed to find out where Ciri is.
Finally. I'd begun to doubt the wisdom of enlisting you. Bring her here at once.
The Wild Hunt's pursuing her. Kaer Morhen's the only place she'll be safe.
That was not a suggestion. I can defend my own daughter.
I'm curious what this is.
I don't doubt it. Against conventional foes, the Wild Hunt's different. Facing it here would put Vizima at risk. Hundreds of innocents could die. Kaer Morhen is in a wilderness, and your army stands to be far more helpful there.
Agreed. I shall send a banner with you. On one condition. General Voris will lead it.
Can't agree to that.
And I cannot agree to witches commanding my troops.
Well, I'm not about to give in. You don't look it either. Sorry to take up your time, Your Majesty.
Bring me Ciri.
I will, if that's what she wants.
Thanks, you've been a big help. I don't know what Geralt has against that general. But it would also be weird to have Nilfgaardian troops just randomly heading that... Like, there is a war on. And the territories between here and Kaer Morhen are not yet controlled by Nilfgaard. Anyway. That's a very good painting. She looks very unhappy, which is... makes sense. The Lions of Sintra there in the heraldry. Very good. But it's a very good emblem of what some people think she is supposed to be, but she very much is not. Again, that theme where everybody has a plan for her, except for, you know, herself. Everybody has a plan for her, but nobody ever thought to ask. So where might... might those last Gwent cards be? If I liberate this settlement, there might be a merchant there.
The curse that held Uma proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage at that. Avalach, for this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped Ciri flee the hunt, then hidden her away on the Isle of Mists.
What was it, Yurden? Yep. They actually do damage to them. Ow. Get wrecked.
I want to look around some. Yeah, we can put that here. Instead, oh, right. Well, when I'm trying to get that achievement, I might respec afterwards. But to be honest, I'm not too optimistic about it. About being able to.
Alright. And then... something to the south. Oh right, there was a magic lamp symbol here? I think. Yeah, well. So, like, the problem is...
Show me what you got.
Like, 80% of all enemies, especially the ones large enough that it actually takes enough time to kill them for you to get that achievement. Most of them are just immune to all that shit anyway, so... Ow. Something to examine here. Something on the minimap, but it's not here. Oh well. Place of power.
Medallion's humming. Place of power. It's gotta be. Very well. That is not going to be easy. Well, I mean, trying to do it on a necker is especially difficult. Humans would be much easier because they're not
as sort of spazzy. Let me look at what I actually have equipped for a minute. Oh, counterattack would be good. But I don't have it. Again, I might respec after I get these achievements, if I get these achievements. That's pretty good too. That's an actual use for adrenaline points. That might help for the crossbow achievement. Oh, but then there's this. There's too much shit to choose from, you know? It's just too much. But I don't actually need any of the, because when is there ever time to do a strong attack, you know what I mean? So the ones that are specific to that aren't really needed. You know what? Having this skill has built up such a stockpile of food that I no longer need it, I don't think. I don't think we need food that lasts for 20 minutes, necessarily.
Ugly bastard. Damn it.
The hell is this? Oh, right, this is the Cintron armor. Very well. I mean, I hope you guys destroy those eggs. Because otherwise, I have to evacuate again. Looks like they did. Very well.
Witcher, it is as though the heavens sent ye.
Well, I'm not seeing... Oh, there's a herbalist.
What?
Got anything interesting?
Isn't it technically an herbalist? To be grammatically correct?
Farewell.
Alright, let me see if there's a guide on this subject. Gwent cards in Velen. There are 14 locations. It is possible that I missed one in because I haven't spent much time in Oxenford, I don't feel like.
Geralt, thanks for everything.
But I think Oxenfurt counts as Velen for the purpose of this game. So let me start with those. Oh, wait a minute. Clay Witch? Apparently there's a bug that can happen. Where the hell is Clay Witch? This could be what I'm missing.
Where'd you come from?
Okay, well, let me just check that location. east here.
Boy, you there? Oh, look, we got ourselves a customer.
Not about to buy anything from you.
Oh, afraid you're mistaken. If we're to let you pass, you gotta pay.
And if I don't?
Then you die.
Well, I mean, I'd be doing the world a favor, you know what I'm saying?
See this medallion?
Gaffer! Gaffer! Shut it, Solbeck. Aye. Now I see it. We didn't mean no...
Recognize the guild?
Aye, Master. Forgive us for not remarking on it earlier. Please. Gaffer! Gaffer!
Now listen. Might pass through again someday. Don't know when. But when I do, I don't want to run into you. That clear?
As a summer's day, my lord. Godspeed you on your path.
Should have killed him, but, you know.
Gaffer, Gaffer. Was it now, Solbeck? Gaffer, he's a witcher. Solbeck. What? Shut it.
What the hell is this?
Strange.
Well, it's gone now. I think this might be it. But apparently there's a bug that can happen, so I'm going to save the game. Real quick.
All together, now!
It does so little damage. I might have to turn off enemy scaling, and then that's probably the best way to do it. But that might be like a new game plus, because I need 50 of them. I'm gonna have to start a new game anyway. If I want the Death March achievement. So.
Bad idea.
Tail feathers!
Oh, we got the key. I think that might have been one of the bugs that I saw in that guide. Okay.
Well, I've no gold. I've not, in fact, but you ever come to Claywich, I'll have a bloody bar me reward for you. You watch, wait and see.
It's clearing up.
Curious where Claywich is, anyway.
Well, I've no gold. I've not, in fact, but you ever come to Claywich, I'll have a bloody bar me reward for you. You watch, wait and see.
A lot of trees broke off, but they've all been carried away. Oh, they've all been used to construct that palisade. I see. See, it's those little details. Love to see it. Is this Claywich? Apparently not. I hope he doesn't get eaten by wolves. He doesn't even give a shit. He's walking stolidly onwards. He don't care. It's the kind of confidence you have when a witcher's protecting you. Where'd you go? There he is. That must be Clay Witch then. This spot here. But I've never been there, question mark. I guess not.
Oh, saviors here.
Good shit.
Show me what you have in stock.
You have a lot of fucking cards, dude. You have way more than 2. Is the enough Guardian? Got him.
Trade's good and all, but I'm hankering to play some cards. Gwent, specifically.
Got him. Don't need both of those. Okay. Oh, I should have played the up. Well, it does help to get these guys out of the deck so you don't waste any draw. Very good. I win. I can probably, like, just beat him. The second round here. That is a problem, because I don't have a clear weather. Well, let's press on regardless. Good enough. Good enough.
Where'd your tape, Penny? Don't steal our young'uns.
Supposed to taste like beans. You've already asked that.
I mean, I could have demanded love surprise for this guy. And whatever he found when he came back home that he did not know that he had. That'd be it. That'd be what he'd have to give to me. That which you have but do not know. Well, that's all the Gwent cards. And that's all the people who can help me. All the people who are willing to help me. The Emperor and Dijkstra notwithstanding. Not that I really want their help anyway. But I do wonder with Dijkstra if there's any other sort of because was there a choice to get him back his stuff that like Dandelion tried to steal? I don't remember. Don't remember. Pretty good map, actually. Berkelon's in here. Here's Sintra. The ML Mountains. Which are south of there is where, like, actual Nilfgaard is. So in the First War, they crossed those mountains into Sintra. But then they're stopped. Actually, they're stopped from crossing the Yaruga. The Battle of Sodom. I would have put Skellige, like, out here a little further. But for the purposes of this map, works better if it's closer. Anyway,
The curse that held
Torg
Alf
Volca.
was hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage at that. Avalach, for this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped Ciri flee the hunt, then hidden her away on the Isle of Mists.
Oops. I see. Well, yeah, there's nothing else to do.
A long track requires a fellowship, not to cobble one together.
Actually, I'll tell you what. There are a couple things I should do. Should clean out my inventory. And repair everything.
Did you sever his head? Head of a giant on your mantle.
Me little Norgan's birthday tomorrow.
Some decoration.
The favor Lady Bran did for her son sure did bear. Grand those swords, but I prefer me trusty axe.
Is it the wrong time of day? It is. It's 3 in the morning. Very well.
What's this? It's, adornment. So you're back.
Wouldn't mind a look at...
Let me not sell Croc's, like, heirloom family sword. That's oh, I just realized I'm selling swords to the armorer. My mistake. I also have to remember not to sell, well, I don't think this is the one. Yeah, well.
So long.
Where'd you go?
The favor Lady Bran did for her son sure did bear a high price. Mind your manners.
Where'd you go? There he is. Can I talk to him? This guy's always been a little bit weird. Now I can talk to him.
Interested in a weapon?
What are you peddling? So long.
Them supper knives are good for picking your teeth, sure. Axe.
I feel like we come back to Torgvalka later in the story, so it's interesting that the Isle of Mists is the portal to the Isle of Mists is located there. Alright, now we're ready to go. Very uncommon for a game to explicitly tell you to make a manual save. You'll get, like, hints at it. Like, there'll be a character who'll be like, well, there's no turning back after this. And you're like, okay, thanks, game. We'll get my affairs in order. Oh, whoops. Let's go. That's okay. I've done all the side quests.
The curse that held Uma proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it. The ugliest man alive revealed himself to be not man, but elf, and an elven sage at that. Avalach, for this was his name, was the elven mage who had helped Ciri flee the hunt, then hidden her away on the Isle of Mists. Okay. Shipwreck Cove. Take a chunk out of her. All right then. That must be where we're headed. Seems others have come here.
Question is, have any others returned? The fuck is that? A level 2 foglet?
Firefly stopped at the hut. I'll look inside. Locked.
Anybody in there?
Damn. I'm not gonna hurt you. Open up.
Oh, you blew our fucking cover. Who are you? What do you want?
Oh, I forgot about this part. I forgot about the Snow White part.
I'm Geralt, a witcher.
Go away!
Looking for a young woman. Ashen hair, scar on her face. Will you let me in?
No!
How many of you are in there?
Why do you need to know? You're taking a bloody census! Now my mum's beard, get yourselves together, lads. You there, outside the door. Geralt, that right?
Yeah, Geralt.
Listen, Geralt, let's cut to the thick of it. We survived a shipwreck recently. Beasts from the depths ate some of my lads, and the rest of us found shelter here. Not too special, that, as dangers litter this isle, but it does go to explain why we're a wee bit distrustful.
No way you can get to this isle conventionally.
Crikey, you call a shipwreck conventional? Leave it be, mate. You know what he means.
Let me explain. A short while past, we was en route from Skellige to Novigrad. And Ferenc got talking with the captain. He sold him a magic firefly purported to know the way to a hidden treasure.
Got nothing to fear from me.
Said the fox to the gaggle of geese. I've lost too many mates already. I won't risk it. I can't.
Say I find your mates. Will you believe I mean no harm?
Aye, but I'd not count on either coming too easy.
How many are there?
3. Ivo, Gaspard, and Ferenc.
This Ivo. Where do I look?
Agent insisted he'd explore the caves to the east. Tried to knock it out his head. Literally. Bugger wouldn't budge.
Gaspard. Where'll I find him?
He said it was defeatist, sent and wait to be rescued. We had to take action, or at least he did. Claimed to have spotted a lantern out to sea, so he said he'd climb the highest peak to look out for ships.
Where'd Ferenc go?
West, in search of a ship that's said to be out there.
Ferenc is handy. Thought I might fix it up. Make it seaworthy.
All right. See if I can't find all 3. See ya.
I'm content you understand.
All right. going to take a break here. And then see about finding these dwarves. But, yeah. Getting close. Getting close. Getting close to finding our girl. And it has been a long time since we got one of those play as her sections. Anyway, I will be back shortly. I return. This is like so clearly the Dark Cave. Like this is Dagobah, right? So clearly. If you want to fight me, you should come down here. Yeah, there we go. Well, it's gonna die in a minute. There we go. I should say she. Are there male harpies? It's just like are there female dwarves? Are there male sirens? I guess like mermen exist. They don't exist. At least not that we know of, but they're conceptualized. Damn it. Damn it.
Am I ever pleased to see you?
I talked to your friends. Come down.
Right. I'm coming. You lucky devil, you. You know, I've one regret. That...
Dead. Damn.
Well done. Never did find out what his regret was.
God.
Stop your scampering, you tease.
He's sleepy. What are the 7 dwarfs? I don't think the whole grumpy, sleepy, dopey, I don't think that's in the fairy tale. It's just in the Disney. But anyway, they are sneezy, bashful, sleepy, happy, grumpy, doc, and dopey. So the one who we just met who fell off the cliff, he might be happy because he seemed pretty happy even though he was dying. And this is obviously sleepy, and Sneezy is in the cottage because we heard all the sneezes.
Hey, wake up.
Shoo. Back to bed, Nibbles.
Wake up.
What's happening? Who are you?
I'm Geralt. You and your friends, what's your story?
Rabenik and Company. Real estate appraisal, insurance, mass event organization.
Gaspard Sutter. My mates call me Sleepy. I even slept through that storm. It's a shame so many died.
Any chance you've seen an ashen-haired woman around here?
Here? Nay, not a soul. But a lot passes me by on account of my sleeping.
Your friends asked me to find you, Ferenc, and Ivo.
I'm afeard they're dead. Some horrors swarmed Ivo, saw it with my own eyes. And Ferenc, I heard him. A blood-curdling cry, then the roar of a beast.
Let's get back to the hut. I'll protect you along the way.
Shame about the lads, really, but what can you do? Come on.
But I should warn you, I suffer from narcolepsy, meaning...
I know what it means. Don't worry, I'll keep you awake.
Off we go then.
Well, that one will die.
Drifting off. I'll soon...
Wake up.
Right. Just a wee bit longer.
Get up.
Relatable.
Know much about this isle?
Almost nothing.
You know, it ain't on my map.
A common characteristic of enchanted islands.
You think it's enchanted?
It's the one thing I'm sure of.
How do we get back exactly? Yeah, we can go back up where all the harpies were.
bit stronger than me. I'm so sorry.
Wake up.
Right. Just a wee bit longer.
Get up.
Your feet okay, Gaspar?
So, what is it brought you to this
Specifically
strange
your
place?
ankles.
Looking for someone.
Here?
Just kind of turned out that way.
Not too keen on talking about it, are you?
Not really.
This place seems safe enough. Just be sure and come back. And make it quick, eh? Not that much to see here.
You got it, bud.
From my saddle. Bastard.
Tangular and a foglet here. Or maybe the foglet was an illusion. Maybe the foglet was one of the Tangular's illusions. Oh well.
Tried to flee the fiend. Stubby legs, too slow. One of the missing dwarves. Shame he's dead.
I hope that counted as one. Fire, bleeding, and poison. The problem is when they're on fire, bleeding, and or poisoned, they're not going to live very long. But the fire doesn't actually... The fire lasts for a while. So there might be a strat of lighting them on fire and then continuing to hit them with the sword. Especially because that also CCs them. That might be a strat. But in any case.
Brought you your friend.
Not sure. Let's hear him then.
Wake up.
I'm awake.
Gaspard! Stand back! I'm opening the door.
Gaspard! Ha! You seem a bit muddled.
Muddled. A bit drowsy, that's all.
What of the others?
Found one near a monster's den. He was already dead, sadly. Saw another fall from a cliff. Broke his neck.
Shit. Roberick told me to have an eye on the snot. 'Twas his nephew. Thanks for helping, and sorry I didn't trust you.
Oh, everything's gone wrong. What'll we do now?
Got a boat. You can leave with me,
but I
Could
need
be
to
grumpy.
find someone first.
An ashen-haired lass?
Yes.
Oh, dreadful sorry.
What do you mean?
She's cold. Spirits left her.
Must have passed shortly before we found her.
Let's wait by the boat.
What, Avalok's carrying her soul around? Strange.
Guess not all of Vesemir's teachings have receded into oblivion.
A witcher can forget to eat, to drink, to breathe even. But a witcher never ever forgets to care for his blade.
Yeah, I used to repeat that incessantly. Never tired of doing it either.
What creature was it?
Huh? Creature?
One that gave you the scar over your left eye. It's new. I don't remember it.
Souvenir from the Cockatrice of Spala. Another addition to the collection. Nothing special. Yours has healed beautifully, though.
Avalok. He prepared some special ointments for me. But that was before the curse gripped him. Wonder where he is now.
We lifted the curse. He's at Kaer Morhen, waiting for you.
Are you serious? You must be. You'd not jest about something like that. A nice thing to wake up to.
You trust him?
Avalok? He's not let me down to date. Not once.
I mean, your relationship with him wasn't that rosy in
Why exactly is Avalok helping you?
the last book.
Sages have never been fond of humans.
He doesn't do it for me. It's about my power. As if it could ever be about anything else. Avalok tried to teach me how to control my ability. He was also making sure I didn't fall into Eridan's hands.
what's Aridin after? What's he want from you?
What everyone wants. Control of my powers. His homeworld faces annihilation. Eridin's decided to invade ours. Brilliant, wouldn't you say? Can't achieve much on his own, so he needs to bring an army. Except his navigators can't possibly move him and thousands of NL between planes. Their abilities won't allow it.
Whereas yours will.
Exactly. And if I die in the process, well, that's a necessary sacrifice.
How'd you ever start traveling with Avallac'h?
As soon as I'd left you and Yen on the Isle of Avalon, I found myself pursued.
Is that where it
Aridin
was?
and his Red Riders were on my heels. I fled through many worlds, many times. They came very close to catching me once. It was then that Avallac'h appeared, out of nowhere. He found a portal and took us to a world where Aridin couldn't find
This
us.
is all post books.
Oh, perhaps half a year.
Her taking Geralt and Yen to that place. That's essentially the end of the books. Which is interesting because they never Sapkowski never wraps up the Wild Hunt. They're just left. Like, we know that they're still out there. They're still coming for her. But that's just left up to the game, I guess, because that's really what they decided to.
The world where Aridin couldn't find you. What was it like?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
People there had metal in their heads, waged war from a distance, using things similar to megascopes. And there were no horses. Everyone had their own flying ship instead.
Siri, stop fooling around.
Told you wouldn't.
I know everybody says that's Cyberpunk,
We should have stayed there.
but in Cyberpunk, everybody does not have their own flying ship. Like, only for corpos. She was in the corpo version of Cyberpunk. She didn't see the other parts. Anyway.
So why'd you return?
I thought the hunt had lost my scent for good. I thought I was safe. Besides, I wanted to find you. You and Yennefer.
You were looking for us, we were looking for you. Times I thought you were just a step away. Other times, felt like I was going around in circles.
I'm not surprised. There were times I fled pell-mell head first and forward.
So tell me how it happened, step by step.
Aridin located us mere moments after we landed on Ard Skellig. Soon after, he and his riders surrounded us. I thought it was over, the end. Turned out Aridin had other plans. He produced the phylactery, uncorked it. A fog enveloped us, and Avallac'h began gasping for air.
That's how Aridin cursed Avallac'h, triggered his transformation into Uma?
Yes. He didn't wish to kill him. Humiliation, that's what he was after. But Avallac'h refused to succumb without a fight. He cast a spell that wrought havoc in the Hunt's ranks.
And in a full half of a forest on Ard Skellig.
Yet it also gave us time to flee. Avallac'h opened a portal. I leapt in. He was supposed to follow right behind me, but something went awry. Impaired by the curse, he failed to reach the portal in time. We had agreed that if anything went wrong and we were separated, we would meet at his hideout in Velen.
But you failed to meet there.
Yes, we failed to. Once through the portal, instead of at Avallac'h's hideout, I landed right in the middle of Crookback Bog. I barely escaped the crones. And then there was the Baron. You know, he took me hunting. I killed a wild boar with my sword.
I heard.
A coincidence, really. I had no desire to hunt that day, but it felt wrong to refuse. I'd taken nothing remotely resembling a hunting weapon. I simply hadn't intended to hunt. I was wandering through the forest, breathing deep the air. And then I heard a strange sound. Unsettling.
Boar attacked you?
Mm-hmm. Big as a bison, and lumbering straight at me. And all I had was my sword. Had to manage.
Did just fine, judging by how the Baron's men remember it.
Simple soldiers, the whole lot. But we got along splendidly. A shame I had to leave. Flee. But I didn't want to bring the wild hunt down on him. Apart from which, I knew by then the curse was progressing. So instead of looking for Avalok, I decided to find you and Yen.
So how do you even meet a man like Horson Jr.?
You and Yennefer were nowhere to be found, and I needed someone who could fix the phylactery. No ordinary craftsman would do. I needed a mage, one with extraordinary powers. Dandelion took it upon himself to help me. It was as if his honor depended on it. He arranged a meeting with a mage, but it proved a trap set by the temple guard.
Failed to mention that.
Probably didn't want to worry you. Later, we learned the guard did that sort of thing regularly, in the hope of nabbing anyone who collaborated with mages. We needed to find another way. That was clear. Then Dandelion said he knew a man who owned a piece of Novigrad, as he put it, could do more than others. He was certain to know someone who could fix the phylactery.
Horson Jr.
Mm-hmm. I suspected it might not be the best idea, but I was desperate. I had no choice.
You suspected right. Horson was not the ideal partner in crime.
Damned simpleton got it in his head that we cheated him and kidnapped Dudu.
Who you promptly freed only to have to flee to Temple Isle. Great idea.
We hadn't planned it. Had no time to consider. We just bolted. I didn't even realize the guardsmen were driving me into a trap. Suddenly there I was, and I knew I had to disappear. At once.
And that's when you landed back in Skellige.
The shore of Hindisfjall. The first pleasant place that came to mind. Hjalmar and I used to swim there.
Wait, so you actually wound up there by accident? I thought you and Avalok had arranged something.
No, he simply sensed me use my power. Just as Eredin can sense where I am, where I travel. In fact, Eredin arrived soon after I did. His riders in tow. Once again, things happened quickly. Lofoten, the Hunt's attack, my flight. And then, dreams. Just dreams.
Interesting that she remembers Hjalmar. I mean, of course she would, but... that's been set up. They've both mentioned it now.
What did you dream? I've had nothing but nightmares lately. Pretty horrible.
Likewise, for the most part. In one, a monster grown from a stillborn child chased you.
Well...
oof, that was horrible. Had a few nice dreams. For example, in one we sat around a fire, drinking good wine, and all around people danced and laughed.
I like that one a lot better.
Me too. But these dreams, and the others, ended in some tower. No matter what I dream, in the end, I would enter a tower.
Well, that's happened before. With two other towers. But I think this time it's Torque Volca.
Recognize it? Know where it might be?
Not sure. I don't think so. But there was something familiar about it. And something terrifying. The tower was stark and dead. But at the same time, I felt I had to enter it.
Did you?
No. Dreams all ended with me searching for the entrance. And the last time, instead of the tower, I saw your grizzled face. If not for the scar over your eye, I'd have thought I was still dreaming.
Not this time. Come on. Got a long road ahead of us. Let's go. Got a boat on the beach. Once we land, we'll head for Kaer Morhen. On horseback.
Right. Conventional means of travel. They're just better. Though a portal would be quicker.
And draw Eridan to us immediately. Rather not risk it. Besides, I hate portals. Damn. Listen, we gotta think of a way to...
Fuck.
Get us out of here.
They'll know where we've gone. They'll know how to find me.
They already do. Ciri, take us home.
It's a good way of showing it to the audience. Because if you were there, you would just feel the cold. But just that subtle exhale.
Whoa,
Where's your sword?
Welcome back, child.
My, you've grown beautiful.
No point standing around. Come on, time to greet the others.
You've not changed a bit. Any of you. All just like I remembered.
What?
That's what happens when you get old.
Little sis.
It's one of those scenes that would be very different if I had taken different romance options.
They're all here. Everyone you asked for help. Avalok's resting in the tower, still in pretty bad shape. No reason to do it out here. Come inside.
Damn, it's good to see you again.
Maybe I'll give you two a moment.
Triss, please.
No, you must have missed each other terribly. A minute's delay won't hurt anyone.
Fine. So, a minute, then we go, alright? This is just a little awkward.
45 seconds.
Huh?
We've 45 seconds left. Well, 30 now. And then we throw the gauntlet at the Wild Hunt. So I beg you, use these seconds well.
Yen, I adore you.
No points for creativity, but for your candor. Time to go.
Yen, you know the Wild Hunt better than anyone else. Tell us about the magic they use.
Their navigators open portals, rifts that we might counter with dimeritium or our own magic. They also summon the frost that occupies the voids through which they travel.
There's just not enough of us. It'll be a hard fight.
Hey, bud.
Ah, Geralt. How are things?
Farewell, Ancrate.
Brought a friend?
Get ready, Fullen. Wild Hunt's near.
So Ragnar Rog is upon us.
I mean, they are bringing Naglfar, so...
Ha! You found her.
Bring all your tools with you?
Thought to myself, a battle approaches. Blades will need honing. Plate will need some hammering. That sort of thing.
Thought right. Thanks, Sultan.
Plan to top that by brewing some more Mahakam and mix. Shite so volatile you need but glance at it to set it off like a flaming fart. Very useful during sieges.
Willing to craft something for me?
Of course. Provided you've a diagram.
Yeah, I think we are trapped here until things happen, so... Nice to have access to something like this. Why is my crossbow unequipped?
All right. We'll talk later, Zoltan.
I certainly hope this gas will work.
It shall. We must just ignite it at the right moment.
And that hole, is that there for good?
We shall worry about the hole once it is all over. And now, step back, Master Witcher.
Wolf?
Anair, Anadar, Volanda.
I see.
Never thought gas could stink so much. We need to warn the others. Make sure no one comes through here with an open flame. What's next?
I could use a drink.
So could I. We'll find something after the council.
Whoever repaired these walls did a shoddy job of it.
What's the gas for?
It's highly flammable. I aim to detonate it. Incinerate a few of the Hunt's riders in the process.
Castle walls won't suffer?
The fortress walls are in ruin. They cannot be harmed any more than they already are.
We're not masons.
A shame. We'll not be able to keep the Hunt outside the fortress.
That's no loss. We don't know much about breaking sieges either. We'll face them in the courtyard.
You seem to be in a good mood.
If they bleed, they can die.
You seem to be in a good mood.
We can do it.
She's one of us, Geralt. No way we'll let him take her.
Any progress?
Damn piece of junk. Barely younger than Vesemir.
Eskel.
Greetings, Wolf.
Eskel.
Need some peace. Gotta prepare.
Yep.
You're here.
Thanks for coming, both.
No need. By the way, it seems you forgot to invite me.
Oh, hold your excuses, Geralt. Vess vented on me all the way here. She's almost over it. Are we really to be so few?
Now, let's be realistic.
Yes.
Certainly hope you know what you're doing.
We'll scout around a bit. Need to acquaint myself with the battleground.
Facing the Wild Hunt, a bit more intense than guerrilla warfare.
I'll manage.
Elbow higher.
It's high enough.
You drop it a bit every time you release the string. Apart from which, flaming projectiles require a
String.
different trajectory.
Is staying fully drawn. Interesting. Okay, that's the second copy of that I got. They're really trying to hammer this home. Sad as it may be, to many in our time the word elf is a synonym for pauper, bandit, or layabout. She-elf is used by many to denote a prostitute or woman of loose morals. I think we've read this already, but can brush up on relevant lore. It's fine. The adjective elven, in turn, describes damaged, needlessly complicated, or useless goods. Statistics, for their part, show that 1 in 3 elves living in Redania has spent time in prison, and a full 1/2 of them have been fined at least once. The average lifespan of elves, though still thrice that of humans, grows shorter each year. Given the above, it is easy to forget that elves, or Ainshi as they fashion themselves, were once a proud race that ruled the land stretching from the banks of the Great Sea in the west to the Blue Mountains in the east, and from the Dragon Mountains in the north to the Mahakam Range in the south. The ruins of their cities, scattered throughout the known world, bear witness to their former might. C.P. Monumenta Elforum by Istrid of Eithgenville. Many of them, he is an archaeologist. That's funny. Many of the most outstanding mages, artists, and poets of recorded history have been of this race. And we have elves to thank for dozens of ingenious items we rely on each day. I think that's supposed to be ingenious. From screw pumps to cosmetics. Interesting. Interesting. They know about screws. Like, is it Aristotle who invented screws? Anyway, those elves who dwell amongst men have largely forgotten their history and culture. The sole sliver of elven identity left in them being a burning hatred for humans whom they refer to as Doina. The elves of Dalbalthana, that puppet vassal of Nilfgaard, and of the wild highlands of the Blue Mountains, have retained much of the old knowledge and culture, though they too are condemned to perish. This death sentence was handed to them by biology. For men, though short-lived, are several times more fertile than elves. Thus, while the Ainshis' numbers continue to dwindle, ours grow at an alarming and ever-increasing rate. Well, really what's happening is that they're being assimilated through interbreeding because they're it's actually easier for them to breed with humans than it is with themselves, which I guess is because humans are just more fertile. So if you can interbreed with humans, then that's the more productive way to go. Anyway, some elves believe that the tide of events can be turned, that they can put a stop to human expansion and ultimately to their oppression by men. They look to their mythical cousins for salvation, to the Ainel, the older folk. The Ainel are said to dwell in another world, or possibly another plane, to which they traveled during the mythic age of migration, and from which they at times journey to visit our world. Legend claims a gate between the worlds could be opened. That's what they're trying to accomplish by capturing Ciri, allowing the Ainel to ride to their downtrodden brethren's rescue. These are, however, mere fables, naive fairy tales this race, condemned to extinction, uses to provide itself small comfort in these, their last sad moments.
Roach. Call this a fortress. How do you imagine we'll defend these ruins?
Not our fault it was fucking ransacked. That's where we started the stream. You know what? I think this is going to be the best stopping point. Because I don't have time for like the whole battle. So I think I'll stop here so that next time we get all of the context leading up to it at the meeting. I think that would be better. So man, look at that ivy growing up the wall. That's a lot of attention to detail. And there's another
an illusion.
Can still look
Greetings,
around a little
Geralt.
bit.
If I'm to die today, I wish to look smashing for the occasion. Leave my dresser alone.
Getting all gussied up for the wild hunt?
Women only ever beautify themselves for their own satisfaction.
Glad you're here.
It's good to see you again.
What
expected you earlier?
What are you trying to say,
I
Geralt?
started off heading in the opposite direction, but then turned around.
What made you change your mind?
There are times when a woman should simply not explain her decision. That goes doubly for sorceresses.
Very well.
Geralt, just when I was starting to miss you.
Where's your comb?
Wouldn't mind a look at your stock.
Oh, she has a respec potion. That's actually really important in our present predicament. But I don't think I'll survive. Shit.
Geralt found Ciri at last.
Oh, new loading screen.
Isle of Mists, where the elven mage had concealed her. There was no time to rejoice, for the wild hunt descended on them. They fled, Ciri teleporting them to Kaer Morhen, where their friends awaited.
Alright, well anyway. That's it for today. I hope all the book talk is interesting. But it's just, these are the things that interest me. So, oh right, I was gonna say, speaking of the books, the Seven Dwarves. She doesn't actually interact with them much, but of course she's Snow White. She's like sleeping there. And waiting for. Well, this is a little bit of confusion with Sleeping Beauty. Like which? Yeah, so Snow White does wait for a prince to come and resurrect her. But isn't Sleeping Beauty... Anyway, Sleeping Beauty is the basis for... Or maybe be more accurate to say the inspiration for the original short story titled The Witcher about the Striga and about the Striga in Temeria. And King Foltest and all that business. Foltest sleeping with his sister and all that. Anyway, the point is, we had the 7 dwarves there with Ciri as the Sleeping Beauty, but there's a brief moment in The Lesser Evil, the story with Renfri, where Geralt becomes the Butcher of Blaviken. And it's briefly said that before her current gang, Renfri was hanging out with 7 dwarves. So there's a little bit of a... Because she's also a princess, of course. So, lots of references to the old... fairy tales. But in a way... kind of what Sapkowski does is he, like, in readapting them, he sort of rediscovers the original darkness of some of the fairy tales. And that happens in the game too, like the witches in the bog here, and the Trail of Treats. Like, that's recreating the fucked up nature of the Hansel and Gretel myth, right? So, but yeah, I hope the book talk is interesting, and yeah, hope to see you again some other time, and until then, bye-file.